All right, hello again. So today we're going to be looking at, actually, hold on one second. Let me adjust the window. All right, there we go. Okay, so if you're just tuning in, let me explain what we're doing here, and then we're going to get into it. All right, Porum has been hard at work cooking the APL, specifically looking at stuff like funnel, and modifying the AoE APL to try and get more damage this way. And that's really good. He's taking a day off, so I have been looking into some of the logic here and trying to think of ways to improve the amount of damage it gets, specifically whenever you're doing funnel. So before we begin, let's talk about what the current profile is doing. That way we can talk about what we plan to do. Okay, we're going to start by explaining the current logic. I'm doing this so that you, the chatter, if you have a good idea, you can weigh in and hopefully have some understanding of what we're even talking about here. And then hopefully, you know, we can get something done. So just for starters, this is the APL Porum has been working on. Right here, we have the Sun Fury part. That's this block right here. So just to kind of go through it, you know, shifting power is going to be used basically outside the cooldowns, as long as we have enough cooldown reduction for us to make value out of it. We're going to be right here. AoE barrage is optimized for funnel at the cost of overall AoE. This tries to make sure you have clear casting if you have high voltage or an orb charge ready. So basically, this is only pressing barrage if you have a way to get back up, right? So be it an orb, be it a clear cast. It's going to be casting more arcane blasts overall because it's going to be barraging less. But the damage loss is very minimal. And this is really good because it means we're getting a lot more funnel out of this. So love it, right? It's saying if you don't have high voltage, obviously the logic on orb is going to be a little bit different here. You're barraging whenever you have burden, intuition, nether precision is active. You're already casting a blast. This is just the ways that it like already works in single target to maintain 4 charges. Or if you have touch of the magi coming up, we already know all that stuff. Missiles whenever it won't impact various barrage conditions. Obviously, if you have glorious incandescence up, you don't want to use the missiles before the glorious incandescence. You'd be wasting your harmony stacks. You don't want to do that, right? And then obviously in AoE, if it's like below, if it has 0 charges basically, and it has 4 enemies, it's going to just use Arcane Explosion. Otherwise, it's going to blast, and if it doesn't have mana, it's going to barrage. Okay, that's where the APL is currently. So let's talk about what I worked on here. We'll refresh this. Okay, so this started with me looking at different target counts. So what I did is I took Porum's logic that he used for AoE, and I expanded it to lower target counts. That's how I started this off, is I expanded it to a lower target count. And of course, we did gain damage, but what we lost was priority damage. However, we have found something. So the bar that we actually care about here is this one down here, okay? The number to beat, by the way, or like the one to beat is called Arcane SF AoE. All right, so you can see it here. This is the one that we're trying to beat. And as you can see, execute only, use AoE logic, cleave is actually beating this one. And not only is it beating this, it's also doing more overall damage, which makes me very happy. So not only is it better priority damage at 3 targets, it's also going to be more damage overall. Now, I did compare this against Savor the Moment, because we do have a talent that basically gets rid of the bonus that we have on execute. It's called Savor the Moment. That is the talent that we typically go for a single target. It is this talent right here. So basically in our example, we are using Sun Fury Execution, right? This would be the AoE talent that gives us more execute. because we're getting more execute, we can actually pull more value out of that barrage. That's the goal here. But anyways, so let's talk about what I did here, and then maybe we can improve it even further. So, action priority list, yeah. Okay, so right here, so Porum already has these conditions that try to basically do more funnel. So it's basically locking down the barrage and the missiles conditions for AoE, and it's putting them at active enemies greater than or equal to 4 in the case of both of these. What I did was I opened this up. Well, first I opened it up to 3, and I saw it was a gain, and I was like, okay, that's cool, but I didn't see that it was a priority target gain. So I was like, you know, it's pretty close, but like I feel like I'd want more prio damage, right? So then I added this. Active enemies is greater than or equal to 3, and target health percent is less than or equal to 35. So specifically what this is doing is it is only using the AoE logic in execute. This sim is not using the AoE logic outside of execute. We are doing 3 targets here. This is 3 target cleave. So in the case of this top one here, that's doing more damage overall, this is only doing the cleave in execute. So what that tells me is that since it's doing more than the one that just has it like unrestricted, just at 3 targets, because this one right here is just unrestricted. Like it's just full on cleave at 3 targets, 0 fucks given. I'll just show it here. So like barrage, or here it is. This is the right one. Oh wait, maybe it isn't. Maybe it's... I believe this is the right one here. Let me just double check. Use AoE logic cleave. Yeah, this is the right one. Okay, yeah. Anyways, so this one is using barrage at 3 or more enemies, period, end of story, no consideration for execute. This one right here is doing missiles. Oh, you know what? I should change these two. I bet you it gets even better. This one's doing missiles at active enemies is greater than or equal to 3, right? So this is just unrestricted cleave. So what we want to try to like deduce here is like if we can take this further, taking that same logic. So what I'm kind of thinking here is if this is outperforming the one that is just using the logic period, like always using the logic, I feel like the only reason why this one is ahead of SF AoE is perhaps because of the execute. Right? It's pulling ahead of the non-execute one in overall, which is not even what we care about, right? So the fact that this one is higher than just the baseline, I feel like the majority of the reasoning here for this jump is actually just execute. What's really cool about this is these two right here, this one that's just basically playing like single target rotation with AoE talents at 3 targets, and this one that's only using the cleave at 3 targets. These both do basically the same thing. It's just in execute, this one is using the cleave logic, and that's it, period, right? Only in execute. Otherwise, not using the logic. What's interesting about this is it turns out that if you're running high voltage in Orb Barrage, having Sun Fury execution is a is definitely a like a priority gain, right? Like even over AoE here ends up being a gain, which it's very interesting. But what we're gonna do here is we're gonna make some modifications and see if we can take this even further. So let's go ahead and grab the current logic as it exists right now. Go ahead and create a new tab here. Just gonna close down all these other ones. We'll go over to advanced. Paste this in. I'm also going to open up Notepad. Let me just paste this in here. Okay, so zoom out a little bit. Okay, so the savor the moment stuff, I'm I just have this in here as just like a backup because I just kind of want to see where the baseline is if we don't have the execute talent. But let's go to this one specifically. So this is our best performing one right here. Execute only logic cleave. Okay, and then we need to find anywhere where we are looking for active enemies. Okay, so these are our active enemies one. Let's make a copy of this. Yo, EDM, check Wowhead, man. The guides will be out in 5 days. Just wait until then. It'll be out soon. Okay, so yeah, active enemies here. So the active enemies are currently set to be less than 4. So that would qualify at 3 targets. So let's go ahead and drop these down to 3. And then, yeah, so at 3 or more, actually, hold on. It would be 4 still because we're not actually doing this at 3. We're only doing it at 3 in execute. I feel like for the orb line, though, we may actually want to change this. So it says Arcane Orb if Arcane Charge Stack is less than 2 and Arcane Soul is down and we don't have high voltage or we have 0 clear casts or active enemies is less than 4. So 3 would actually qualify here. So I'm going to actually change this. And let's add a modifier. I think so, like, in the end it'll be better to have this be a variable. So let's say active enemies equals, or yeah, we'll definitely think about this more in just a little bit, but where's this orb? Yeah, 4 active enemies equals or less than 4 or target percent health is less than 35. So we're going to say active enemies is less than 3. And target health percent is less than or equal to 35. Okay. Let's see if this changes anything. So the sim is set to 3 targets. Let's just confirm that we don't have any other weird stuff in here causing different target mounts. Okay, that's good. Let's go ahead and run the sim. STM, by the way, stands for Savor the Moment. So what this should do is in this new one I just put in here, it should be more conservative with its orb. Unless it's in AoE situations. In execute. Okay, so it's within error, so there's no change there. Okay, so that's good. That means we don't have to carry about that at all. Very good. Okay, so is there something else we want to test here that could maybe take this further? Let's see. What if we tried to do funnel? Let's do like a funnel build, but try to see if we can like beat single target with funnel. Be curious to see if we can do that. Can we make up for the loss of the AoE talents? That's the real question. Okay, so in this example, we are going to do... Okay, so we have the Arcane Barrage stuff here. Active enemies, less than 3. So if we add targets, this should actually just get better. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to change this so that... I'm going to change it so we play this like single target, basically. Except for an AoE. So like, regardless of target count. Because I'm curious to see what would happen if we did that. So we'll say Arcane SF. Max funnel. Okay, and then we need to change it so that we don't do some of this stuff in single target. Hold on. I actually need to compare a baseline because I need to understand if this is actually beating out funnel. So let's do something first. Before I go for this, let's use AoE talents on single target. Okay, so here's the AoE talents. We already have AoE talents on this. Okay, good. We're good to go here. Okay, yeah, so let's... start with this one. In this case, we're just going to keep it exactly the way it is. We'll say execute here. This one will be how should I label this? Okay, so logic on this one is it's plain as if it was single target. It just, all it does is it just has AoE talents. I need a baseline. That's why I'm doing this. So yeah, we have Orb Barrage. We have high voltage. So that'll be HV, OB. And then, so this whole thing, we are going to comment out. Because I don't want it using the AoE logic like at all in this case. And I believe it's also the missiles line here. Okay, clear casting missiles when it will impact barrage. Well, this breaks something else. Okay, clear cast react 3 or high voltage and okay, hold on. Here it is. Okay, yeah. So buff Clearcast and React, and Glorious Incandescence down, and Nether Precision's down, or buff Clearcast and React is 3, or this is the part we need to remove. High voltage, buff Arcane Charge Stack 3, and active enemies. So we should just get rid of all of this then to test it. So this is 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And this line, commenting this out shouldn't fuck anything up, I don't think. Because I think the whole thing is dependent on it having active enemies. Okay. That's good. And then down here, so we're taking the logic Porum has. We're going to expand on it though. We're going to have it so that we use cleave if and only if the target count is 3 or more, and we are in execute. So I'm going to remove the condition here for being outside of execute. Now we have it clamped down, so it is only doing this if we're in execute. So it has to be greater than or equal to 3 enemies, and we have to be currently in execute for this to happen now. And then for Glorious, or for Barrage, we also need to change this one. So where is it? Actually, it's this one up here. Okay, so same idea for this one. We're going to clamp this down so it's only if we're in execute with 3 or more targets. Otherwise, it's just going to do plain old single target. For testing purposes here, I also need to remove the mentions of active enemies on this one. Just because I don't want it getting tripped up and not using orb or something stupid like that, because that could definitely happen. So I'm just going to remove this portion here. Or active enemies is less than 4. I'm just going to put 999 here for now, just to test it. Because I just wanted to do it regardless of the situation. So if it doesn't single target, I want it to do it here. Because I'm going to increase the target count, so I want to make sure it's still working in that case. I'll just do it consistently here. Okay, presence of mind if... Okay, I'm not using presence of mind, so that's fine. Explosion if we're at these charges. Okay, let's get rid of this explosion line. I just don't want it using any explosion, actually. Just don't cast Arcane Explosion. Okay, so the max funnel we get on Barrage is going to be 5 targets. So let's go ahead and sim this at 5 targets and see what happens. So it should be lower damage overall, but that's not what I care about. I care specifically about the amount of damage it gets on the priority target. Okay, there's a syntax error. Let's fix that. It says right here, cannot parse the expression, clearcast react, yada, yada, yada. Okay, yeah, it's missing a semicolon, or like a parenthesis. It's missing a parenthesis. Okay, we're going to copy this part. Let's make this bigger. Just going to put this into Notepad++, because it'll be easier to see the mistake in there. Okay, so the line that it seems to not like is this line right here, the missiles line. Okay, So that's going to be someone right here. Okay, so why are you complaining? I see. So that's where it is getting hung up here. It's the one after Glorious Incandescence down. So where does the normal one have it? Let's see, where's the basic one? Should be this one right here. Okay, where is your parenthesis after Glorious Incandescence? Yours is right here, right at the very end. Okay, that's easy enough. It is the last one before interrupt if. So what that means is we should just have to add one parenthesis. It actually already has that. So this should actually work. Okay, we just had one extra parenthesis then, instead of missing one. Normally I do it the other way around. Normally my mistakes are because I forgot to add one, not because I had too many. Okay, so again, the goal here is not to have more overall damage in it. We want to see if we can get more funnel at 5 targets. That's the goal. How's it going, Bonehammer? What's up? EDM, I'm going to go fast when I level. I like to level fast. I'm not going like world record pace or anything, but I'm going to try to go real fast. Going fast is fun. I'm very curious to see where this ends up. Chat, wouldn't it be great if there's a world where we can actually have more single target damage by going AoE talents in an AoE fight? If we just play a certain way, wouldn't that be great? That's what I'm kind of hoping for. I want to make it happen. Again, don't care about AoE damage. We're going to ignore the AoE damage number. We don't care about that. All we care about is where the priority damage is. Okay, yes, this is more priority damage. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's a lot of funnel. That is a lot of funnel. Jesus. Holy guacamole. Yo, this might actually be... Damn, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's actually not even like that much lower in AoE. Which is the crazy part. It's really not that much lower in AoE. But like, look at the gains in the funnel, man. $10K ahead. I'm curious to see where the damage looks on this with like just the damage on the single actor. Dude, Arcane funnel is good as fuck. Damn. Okay. That's really cool. I like that. I want to see, is this actually playing correctly? Blast miss. Hold on, let me check the rotation. So I have a baseline one that I'm just checking because the baseline one should just be playing as if it's single target. So it should only do barrages basically if it has Glorious Incandescence or Intuition. I want to see if it's actually doing that, just to make sure. Because I want to take the same profile and I want to run it through the single target talents, best in slot single target talents. And I want to see if this actually does more damage than single target. I think it will. Yeah, okay, so this is playing properly. What's the Zug Zug leveling combo? Sun Fury Arcane, baby. Yeah, so this is only 2% behind in 5 target AoE, which is surprising. But on the funnel side, that is real nice. 1.78 million damage per second. Pretty good. Okay, so let's go back. I want to rerun this, but I want it to... I want to use the single target talents here. It's only looking at the primary target. So in the sim, all the targets are going to reach execute at the same time. But in this example, is only looking at the primary target. So what this means is that if you are looking at a boss, and that boss is in 35% or lower, it's in execute range, and all the ads around it are high health, it doesn't matter. You're still gaining funnel on the boss. That's what it's trying to do, is just maximize the amount of funnel it gets on the main target. So it's going to basically play as if it was AoE in that situation to maximize the amount of single target that you're doing, because you actually do get more single target damage. Now the question is will it overcome the loss of the talents, right? Because we are giving up some single target talents to do this. Okay, so for this one, it's doing SF, ignore talents, high voltage, or barrage. So this is the logic where it is just wait, what the fuck? Why is this doing explosions? Is it actually doing explosions? I don't think it's doing explosions. It shouldn't be. Let's check. You, sir, are you doing explosions? You are not allowed to do those. I do see it listed here, but... Okay, so it is using explosions. Okay, we gotta fix that. Why are you using explosions? Oh, it's like never using explosion. It is using it, but it's like using it like 0.6 times on average. That's probably fine. Yeah, it's not... Okay, it's literally only using explosion like when it's out of mana. That's fine. We will allow this. We will allow this. Actually, no, we're not going to allow this. Fuck that. Get those explosions out of here. You're not allowed to use explosion. Get them out. Get them the fuck out. No explosions allowed. You're done. You're playing as if you're single target. You don't explode in single target, so you're done. No explosions for you. No explosions for Robo Mage. You're not allowed. I think the only things here that actually affect the active enemies... Oh, cool. So yeah, it will orb on the pole. That's actually nice. So it gets a little damage gain there too. Yo, that's pretty good. I like that. Okay. Let's do this. scrolling down. I'm going to plop it in right here because I have a talent line that's going to update anyways right afterwards, so it's not going to mess with anything. And we'll call this Arcane SF, ignore targets. And this one is going to do different talent builds. So we're cooking the best single target build with Arcane Cleave included. So let's do that. No charged orb. No charged orb. We're taking Savant. We're dropping Barrage. Or Barrage, yeah. We're dropping Orb Barrage. We're taking Savant. Although I am tempted to pick up... I think we need to pick up Arcane Cleave for this, to be fair. So let's do that. So it's single targets, except for it is plain Arcane Cleave. Because, I mean, why not, right? Like, why would you not do that? That's crazy. That's crazy. Why would you not do that? Okay. So, yeah, we'll say, STAC on this one. Single target Arcane Cleave. Okay, that should be good. And no target stuff up here, so we're good to go. Let's run it. No AoE ability in my Mythic Plus group. That's right. I need to learn the single target rotation with orb counts and HP. Yeah. It's the logic is pretty good. Porum did a really good job with this. I can explain it in just a little bit if you want, but it's also probably best if you just wait because the written guides will be out in like 5 days. Bliss Kiss Z, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome. Seems like what you're doing right now. Do you plan to make a video? No more Arcane videos for a bit. I'm out of Arcane juice. I'm fully cashed out. I'm gonna wait. You should refer to the Wowhead guides once they release in like 5 days. No more Arcane videos. I can't handle it anymore. I'm out of brain juice. And also anything I would make would just instantly be out of date anyways. Zig says, hey Preheat, it's been years since I watched your stream. Glad to see you on. Yo, what's up? How's it going? One more video, please? Nope. Sorry. Fresh out of video. Video machine broke. Video machine broke. Sorry. Okay, let's check the priority damage. Oh, it's so close, dude. It's so close, man. But they couldn't beat it out. But you know what? It's a decent compromise. Dude, the amount of funnel Arcane gets in single target is kind of disgusting. This is kind of gross. Like, good glob, man. Okay, now I'm really curious. What if we, where's the damage coming from down here? So 24% of the damage is Arcane Barrage. 11% of the damage is Blast. Okay, so what if we mess with this just a little bit? So we're gonna also have this pick up, let's see here. Let's have it just go Sun Fury Execution. Yeah, let's see that. Execute only, cleave. So this one's copying this logic. Execute only, cleave is down here. Savor the moment. Execute only, cleave. Non-savor the moment. I need to copy this, actually. This needs to go down here. It doesn't matter because it's for a profile that I'm not even really looking into, but I still just want to make sure it's... I'm doing best practices. Okay. Alright, so yeah, it looks like we're doing this right. So this is the talent, this is the talent. It's using the same logic here, and it changed the logic here, and then change... Okay, yeah, we're good. Arcane seems stronger. Yeah, Arcane is crazy, man. It's crazy. It's a rapidly evolving beast. Very fun, though. I find Arcane to be extremely fun right now. It's definitely one of the more complicated specs in terms of like figuring out how it works. But in terms of the actual playstyle, like it's actually not too bad. I think people overestimate how complicated the playstyle is. I don't think it's really that hard to like actually play if you know how to play. Like if someone tells you how to play it. But it definitely is one of those that like takes a bit to understand because it's very out there in terms of like how it all works. There's just like a lot of moving parts. I really don't think playing it is that bad though. Like I think people are overestimating how bad it's gonna be to like play Sun Fury. It is complicated in the sense that like figuring out there's a lot going on, a lot of buffs. But I think in actual play it's not too bad. Oh. So Sun Fury Execution actually ended up being more damage here in funnel. Okay. Ignore targets. I want to take a look at this one. Yeah, Silent. It's because people just read the name Arcane. And there's such a defeatist attitude with it. It makes me kind of annoyed, to be honest with you. I get that, like, it's just a game and I shouldn't care about this kind of stuff, but I don't know. Sometimes when people, like, it's fine to, like, not want to even try it, right? It's fine to, like, be like, this is too complicated. I got too much shit going on. I don't have time to learn this. That's totally fine. But to brag about it in, like, a YouTube comment is just bizarre behavior to me. Like, why are you posting your L's? You know what I mean? Like, it'd be like if you're like, I tried to learn to ride a bike, but as soon as I fell off, I gave up. It's like, okay, cool. I mean, that sucks. Sorry to hear that. No, bikes are stupid. It's like, oh, okay. Like, Why are you telling me this? Why are you leaving this comment? Why do you seem proud that you gave up so easily? That's kind of weird. I feel like to post your L's like that. Like sometimes you just got to keep some things to yourself, you know? I don't know. It's just fucking weird to me when I read shit like that. And the thing is like most of those comments get added to the video within like the first hour of me posting it. And I know for a fact that like half of the people didn't even watch the video. They just came in to post their message about how they gave up instantly and then they fucking closed the video. You know what I mean? Like they didn't even make an attempt. One of them was like literally within like 5 seconds of me posting a video and I was like, yeah, ain't no way you fucking watched the video, kid. You literally posted that message before like the intro was over. No fucking way you watched the video. And look, if you think it's too complicated, that's totally fine. It is totally fine to be like, yo, I don't have the time for this shit. Right? But it's weird to like seek it out just to like brag about how dumb you are. I just don't get that. Like why are you telling people that? Yeah, it's just the nature of this this content creation thing, right? Like that's just how it always goes. You always gravitate towards the negative comments. That's just how the brain works, unfortunately. It's just something I noticed. I'm just kind of venting about it because I know so many people saying that. I'm just like, come on, guys, come on. Just like go to the target dummy for like just give it like 10 minutes. I promise you, it's really not that complicated, right? You use your cooldowns on cooldown. You don't waste your buffs. You use your buffs and your procs, right? You use them. And then you really just kind of press missiles, blast, blast, unless you have burden, and then you do a barrage after. There it is. Right? I'm oversimplifying, but that's basically it. It's really not that complicated. You're just tracking if you have burden or not. You're tracking if you have the ability to get another position, and if you have it, you just obviously then you have it for 2 spells. And, you know, 4-piece, you just fucking add your barrage to the end of the last nether precision. And just press your cooldowns on cooldown and don't sit on cooldowns, obviously, and send your procs as soon as you get them. Crazy. That's what I did. Yeah, I actually did make that comment to a couple people. I said, when all else fails, play Frostmage. It's true. Okay. Well, I think if people can play it, it probably will be, yeah. So I think the main thing that this is getting beat by in here, it's like the difference between this one here, which is the funnel with the funnel talents, and like this one up here, which is not doing any funnel at all. I think it's just the talents. Like, it has to be just the talents. What talents is this one running? Oh, wow. Okay, hold on. We gotta fix that. Yeah, no. Let's do... Let's go for... Oh, man. Okay, this is actually gonna change things a lot. Hold on. We gotta change this shit. These talents are buns. I mean, they're good AoE talents. It's just... We need to go the right talents, you know what I mean?
Love the content,
Okay,
my
so
guy.
we have... We've got Arcane Cleave, we've got Resonance, we've got Dematerialize, Arcane Familiar. We're not going for Prodigious Savant. We know that this is a gain in single target, so we can keep this talent. Let's actually use this loadout right here. So this is going to be our setup with Eureka. Eureka! And no Charged Orb. We're dropping Charged Orb, I think, for more single target. I think this will end up being a winner. So this will be the SF Max Execute Funnel. Yo, Joan J1J. Love the content, my guy. Thank you. Welcome back. 3 months. Appreciate you. We're simming. So we're using Porum's profile that's doing like... it's basically doing funnel already. And we're trying to find ways to improve it. So basically, I'm looking at having it just only funnel in like execute. That's like one thing I'm trying to do. Like, of course, we can have it funnel at certain target counts, just like across the board. But what I'm trying to do is change the logic so that it gets as much boss damage as possible. I'm just trying to see, like, if I was raiding and I wanted to like do this on the boss with a bunch of ads, like ad cleave, I want to see like how far I can take this thing to get more funnel, like more damage on the primary target, right? So basically playing it as if I would play it in raid. Oh, so Arcane gets a lot of funnel. I mean, we get over 100k DPS from funnel. So that's like pretty good. But we can probably take that further. That's what I'm trying to do. So like as a baseline, like we do have funnel just like built into it. Like just like existing has funnel. Because as long as we have the barrage talent, like we're getting funnel from that, right? We don't have to play any way different. Like we just natively get it because barrage is just hitting 40% harder. Since it's hitting 5 targets for 50% damage instead of 1 target for 10% damage. But what I want to see is if we can milk more out of it, right? Get that milk. When they're all Blizzard specs players to play specs with different buffs, they need to be tracked. I guess they just assume you should have an add-on. Yeah, I mean, like, it would be smart if they had just like stuff built into it to show you stuff. And they do that for certain effects, but some effects they just kind of like leave to the wind. Okay, we're creeping up. We are creeping up. So this one has... This one does have Orb Barrage and High Voltage. Let's check the APL. I think we can take this further. I need some music, man. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna free this one. We're unrestricting it. I just want to compare and contrast here. This is AoE. So just to be clear, what I'm doing here, I have Porum's APL. He's been working on, and he's been already getting the funnel already really secured. Like, he's done a really great job already getting the funnel there. I'm taking that APL, and I'm adding conditions to it specifically for different target counts, different talents, different execute scenarios. And I'm comparing them at different target counts to see if I can, like, squeeze more boss damage out of it. I want it to just get as much... Yeah, I'm basically testing the APL, but I'm also adding conditions to it. So the cooking part is whenever I add in more logic to it to specify specific situations like execute, for instance. Because there's no execute considerations in here, really. I mean, I think there might be one somewhere, but not in the, not in like the high voltage part. It's not in there. So I'm adding it to the high voltage part to try and see if I can get it to be better, basically. I have an idea, and the idea is just that, like, in execute, I'm pretty sure if we have at least 3 targets, it's just better to, like, use basically the AoE logic. Like, I don't think we want to play single target anymore in that situation. If there's at least 3 targets to be able to be hit, and it's an execute, I'm pretty sure we want to just, like, send as many barrages as possible. That's what I mean by use the AoE logic. So, like, this is how it works basically right now, but this is with the talents. This would be with Energized Familiar and whatchamacallit, Eureka. Right, it's doing the most damage overall. But we don't care about the most damage overall. What we care about is specifically the damage on the priority target. So the restricted one actually beats it. So the logic I added to actually is beating out the unrestricted one. Why would you use single target with 3+ targets? To get more boss damage. Okay, imagine the scenario, right? Imagine you're doing progression on a boss, okay? And on this boss, there's ads that are constantly spawning, but none of the ads matter. AoEing the ads is complete pad, okay? There's no reason to hit the ads. They are AFK, all right? Now, the ads have a certain amount of health, and it is a zero-sum game. If I do AoE damage to the ads, other people can't AoE the ads. So what you look for is a class that gets the most out of hitting the adds 2, so that it increases their boss damage, right? That's what funnel is. So what I'm looking for is a situation where this is the exact scenario, right? I'm an Arcane Mage. I'm fighting a boss. The boss is... maybe there's a bunch of adds that spawn around the boss. I want to get more damage on the boss from hitting the adds too. Because it's going to not just increase my overall. Specifically, it's going to increase the damage I do to the boss. That's this tree right here, by the way. This is damage just to the boss. Okay? So the logic here is I'm going to play normally. I'm just going to do my single target rotation and like ignore the adds for the most part. But whenever it comes down to execute specifically, and this is what I'm changing because this wasn't in here before. Whenever it comes to execute, I'm changing my behavior. I'm going to try to get as many barrages out as I can possibly get, right? So I'm basically swapping to the AoE logic because the AoE logic is just barrage as much as you can. It's the same logic, right? But in this case, I'm not doing it to get more AoE. I'm doing it to get more single target. So I am ignoring... I'm ignoring the AoE until execute, and then I'm going full-on AoE during the execute. That's what this one is doing. Yeah, like Shuriken Storm, or like, you know, Ellie has this too. Like, there's a lot of classes that have, like, funnel. But Arcane has it too, right? And that's the thing. So, like, the line I added in here was, on this one right here. So, it's basically not going to call this line at all, this line P, until it reaches 35%. So, if there's 3 or higher enemies and it's an execute, that's when it's worth it to do this in for like funnel, for like highest single target. So it actually only calls this line 14 times. But that's enough apparently. And then this line down here, okay, this has 2 different conditions. So it does call this line a lot, but it calls it more if we're expecting the high voltage and we have... three or more targets, and the target held percentage is less than 35%. So the reason why it's using multiple missiles in a row sometimes is because, well, number one, it's going to grant you charges quick, but also it's going to get your harmony up. But yeah, this is the specific part that's been added. So in execute, so it should play normal basically until right kind of towards the end here. Wish I could see the target health percent. Where's the first time it calls this line? This line is P. Line P. Okay, right here. This is where it starts using it, yeah? Yeah, it's from hero down. Okay. So like right here it has 4 arcane charges, it has 5 Spellfire Spheres. It uses Barrage. This brings up Burden of Power, and then missiles, and then here it's blasting with Burden of Power into Barrage. That's correct. And then here... missiles... This is barraging here at 4 charges, and it only has... Okay, so yeah, it's barraging here and it's blasting the barrage here. Good, that's good. This is at 3, this is at 4. I'm just trying to make sure it doesn't make any big mistakes. Five missiles. Blast this is burden the power into barrage. Yeah, this seems to be playing correctly. At least as far as like it makes sense in my head. Because it should always be making use of burden with the charges up, and it's getting those back from the missiles anyways. So that's fine. It is making sure to have missiles before barrages, right? So, oh, actually, here's where Spy Masters happens. This is with cooldowns. So this should get interesting. So cooldowns are up. So evocations, it uses potion, Spy Master's Web. Okay, has to buy a little time. Barrage missiles. Okay, surge into barrage, touch, blast barrage, missiles, blast barrage with burden, missiles, blast, missiles, barrage, burden's active, orb into blast barrage, correct. Blast barrage. Okay, yeah, that's good. The thing that makes me sad is it's still getting beat out slightly by the profile that's ignoring the targets completely and just playing completely normal. So this is without high voltage. I want to see if I can make a change here. Yeah, this one is playing these talents here. I wonder how many orb barrages we're actually even getting. What if we just move 1 point from Savant into high voltage? 3% arcane blast damage versus Savant here. Hold on, let's compare. Yeah, some for your execution, and we're doing high voltage here. We'll do another comparison. -1 the prodigious savant, go into consortium bubble. Another comparison. Minus high voltage, pickup or barrage. I'm going to just put all of these in the ringer because I just want to know who wins. So we'll do Savant on this one. Okay, and then we need to make sure it has the logic here. So should already be baked in, but I think I removed it. Okay, so we're gonna do here. All of these should use the logic. State it above, and then it copies the talents. Put the talents above it so I don't get confused. Okay, we'll send it. It's gonna be a big profile. It's gonna take a bit. I think depending on the result I get here, I might just cut out Savor the Moment and only compare the top performers here to reduce in sim time so I don't have to wait so long between sims. I'm kind of just looking for a lead here. I want to see if anything like sticks out. Because if something sticks out, we can maybe make it work with something else. It'll give me ideas on how to proceed. Any more patches before release? Shouldn't be, unless they have like a small patch to like try and fix the servers before release, which they do sometimes, like a day 0 patch kind of thing right before. Oh. Interesting. We have a new winner. So this is single target, Arcane Cleave, Sunfury Execution, or Barrage Savant is our winner in the funnel category. How does this one compare against the others? OB Savant. OB Savant. It's actually not too bad. So here's the difference between it and the max unrestricted AoE. And then in priority damage, it's the winner. By a decent margin, actually. So before the difference was only 1k, but this one's actually 13k ahead of the runner-up. So this could potentially be our best funnel talents. Okay, so talent build this is going, by the way, is this build right here. So basically, it's not picking up high voltage. It's picking up Orb Barrage. instead. It has the prodigious savant here, 1 point in it, right? Just 1 point in savant. I wonder if charged orb might beat out savant. I might be able to take this higher. Let's make sure it's actually using the lines I fed it though. So it is using this line. This line is getting used. So it does Arcane Barrage if you're at 4 charges and you queued from a blast with 1 stack of Nether Precision. Or if you have 2 Nether Precisions. And if the amount of targets is greater than or equal to 3 and they're in Execute. And if we have Orb Barrage talented. And Burden Power is not up. And then this part's ignored because we don't have high voltage. So it's going to say... And Arcane Orb is up. So I think because it's restricted by Arcane Orb, this may actually gain damage if we give it another orb. The rest of it's staying the same because this part is not triggering the check on the target health percent because it's not looking at high voltage. It doesn't have high voltage, so that part's irrelevant. So we could probably feed this more orbs and then we could get even more damage out of it, I think. The question is, will Orb beat out Savant? But now we have a... no, it does have Charged Orb. It does have Charged Orb. See right here. Or wait, no, sorry. Yeah, you're right. We're going to feed it Charged Orb. I'm going to pull out Savant. I'm going to put it up here and see if it likes it. Yeah, that's the next step. Feed it 1 Charged Orb. Because it's being restricted by the orb, so we give it more orb, it should be able to use it a little bit more. It's not a very long window. No, this is 5 targets. I was checking for 3 targets before. This is specifically for the boss I'm thinking of right now is Silken Court. It is penultimate boss. That's what I'm simming for. I'm not linking this, no. Okay, so I'll make a post and research after I'm done, but I'm not linking this shit till I'm done. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, so we're gonna add it in right here. This will be our Orb Barrage and then Charged Orb. Okay. What spec is better for leveling? I saw you leveling as Arcane. I think Sunfury Arcane is the best leveling spec, and it's not even close. If you want the sim, like the basic sim, that's just on the APL page. If you just go to the War Within. Sims. Here, I'll link you the list of all the APLs. That's where you can find all the APLs, by the way. This has Porum's changes as of 15 hours ago. 16 hours ago, something like that. Whatever he pushed in his last update. That's what I'm working off of. I'll once I'm done, I already told him what I'm doing today. He said he's taking a day off. Because I was like, hey man, I found this thing, you want to look into it? Or do you want me to do it? He was like, yeah, I'm taking a day off. I was like, all right, cool, man. Bet. I'll stream it. Fucking gives me something to do today. Cook up some execute gains and funnel. Dude, getting gains in funnel was like great, man. It's like it would be better if it was all the time, but like, I mean, the next best thing is having an execute, right? Okay, Charged Orb is like way behind Savant. Savant beats it handily. It's a little unfortunate because it'd be way cool if we could use more orbs. You know what? I should unrestrict this line. I bet you will gain damage. Let's run this again. I think it's because I have the line restricted. I need to unrestrict it if I'm going to do this for real. Okay, where is it? It's this line right here. Or barrage if the amount of targets is, or sorry, if arcane stacks is less than or equal to, or sorry, less than 2. Arcane Soul's down. You don't have high voltage. Or clear casting is at 0. Or enemies is less than... Wait, I already unrestricted this. This is pointing towards... Yeah, enemies is less than 999. This is already unrestricted. It is just losing. It just loses. Period. In the story. Yeah, this just loses. Rip. Yeah, I'll change it just to see, but pretty sure it just loses. Yeah, it should always make it true. Now it's always going to be false, which means it's more restrictive. You understand? I mean, I'll try it, but yeah, it should just like never use it now. Maybe like not using orb like at all until I'll execute. Oh, you know what? I could give it a I could give it a condition for health. So it only does it. Or so it would be true below, let's say, 40% health to give it time to have the target reach 35%. That might be a cook. Flip the logic. Have it not work and execute, or like leading up to execute. That way you go into your execute with 2 orbs while also being free to use your orbs before execute. That might actually end up being even better. Because I want it to use the orbs before execute, but I want it to save 2 orbs for execute. Right? I want it to have both orbs for execute, or else I feel like the value is lost. Because if it just sends all the orbs, then it's not going to have any orbs for execute, and execute doesn't last very long. So it needs to make sure it has both charges of orb for execute. So I think I just have it stop working whenever we're approaching execute. So like, let's say like 40%, maybe? Maybe that's enough. 45%, something like that. We could try that. I mean, to be real, like, it shouldn't really be using orb much at all anyway, so it's probably fine. But, yeah, before it was using orb way too much. Now we need to... Now we're using orb, like, very little. We need to find the middle ground. Use it a lot, but not until... but in execute, make sure you have them ready. Yeah, so it's still down there. That's 820. Or it was... $819. So that did gain it damage because of the execute, I presume. Okay, so yeah, let's do this again. This time we're gonna have it only do this until execute it. Or Arcane Orb if we have less than 2 charges and Soul is down and clear casting is at 0. Or if the active enemies is less than 4. Saying don't do this in AoE. So we would say, or active enemies is less than 4, or if the health is above 1%. We'll just give it a random percent. So if the target health percent is above, say 45, then it will use it freely. And if it's below 45, it should restrict it. It shouldn't use this line. Basically, this line should only activate if it's above 45%. Okay, let's try it. How you put the new APL on Raidbot? I feel like if you're asking me that question, it's probably going to take a bit to explain. I mean, you can do an advanced sim, you just paste it in there, right? But you probably don't know how to do that. Here, just if you just run a sim, it will use the current APL. There's no reason to like try and put your own in. You just literally, if you just take your character and like paste it in from beta, and you just run it as is, it will use the latest APL. As long as you use the nightly one, because it was pushed yesterday, so it should work. You shouldn't have to worry about like using the special APL or anything. It's not even the special APL, it's literally the public one. Can you explain an easy way why we cast Surge into Touch instead of Barrage? You only do that if you're below 4 charges. So the logic here, this is actually something that I found. The logic is, if it would take you a lot of time, so if it would delay your cooldowns to get to 4, then you don't want to do it. But if you already have 4, then you do it. So specifically on the pole, if you don't have high voltage or enough targets to instantly get all your charges, then you would want to like surge into touch, because you wouldn't want to spend the extra time to get to 4 because that'll delay your cooldowns, right? But if you can easily get to 4 charges, if you can just send 1 orb and instantly be at 4 charges, that changes the game a little bit, right? Because in that case, it's totally worth it, because all you have to do is just send 1 orb, and you're not going to use orb again anyways for like a minute, so like it'll be back up by the time you need it. And you know, and if you do it that way, then you can barrage into touch, and it's great, and you just play the way you would always play the whole time. So it's a specific optimization for not having high voltage. But obviously, if you have enough targets where you can just orb and get it, then you're fine. You only need 3 charges to get there, right? Because evocation is going to give you 1. Yeah, no, this isn't a cook. It's not happening. It's not happening, guys. Charged orb is a bust. We want Savant. Savant's too good. When you use orb in single target, pretty much only if you're out of mana in single target. Is Arcane that much better than the other two? Arcane is pretty good, yeah. It does a lot. Does a lot of damage. God damn it. Syntax error. Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty high amount above, like the runner-up. So yeah, it's really good. Oh, I need to do this. One, two, 1, 2. Okay, that should fix it. Grizz Dev, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Appreciate that. Thanks for letting me be your Prime guy. Okay, I already started that one, but then I got distracted. We are funnel maxing today. I don't think Fire and Frost are F. No. It's not that way. No. It's not like that. Fire and Frost are definitely not F. Fire's at like 1.3 million single target. Frost is at like 1.4. It's really the gap really is mainly just between Sun Fury and everything else. Sun Fury Arcane specifically, and everything else. Because like Spellslinger Arcane is below Frost in single target. Fire is right there with them, just a little bit lower. But Sun Fury Arcane is considerably higher. Sun Fury is really fun. Sun Fury. All right, we're back where we started. Taboli, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Appreciate that. Thanks for letting me be your Prime guy. Okay, yeah, so we put it back the way it was, and all is good. Okay. By the way, this one that's called Ignore Targets, this just plays as if it's single target like the whole time. It's actually fairly close here, but this is playing like full single target talents. So it does have an advantage in the talent department, but this one just outperforms it. Outperforms in single target and AoE. But yeah, our winner is right here. This is the winner. Should be these same talents. Except for one in Savant right there. Do we have an Arcane Cleave Bobble? I wonder if Bobble would do anything here. Well, I guess we can do a quick comparison. Yeah, Resonance very strong, especially in Execute. So if we take a point out of Savant and put in the Bobble, what does that do? Oh, I already have this one. AC OB bubble. I already had this one. It's right here. Yeah, so Savant beats out Bobble. Okay, we already figured that out. Is there gonna be a must-have go-to trinket? Yes, Spy Masters. I expect they'll probably tune it. Well, Trevor, first off, you are not best in slot. Okay, so let's just get that straightened out right away. This profile is much better gear than you are. Also, it's played by a robot, and the robot is perfect. Makes no mistakes. But, yeah, you can't craft 639 gear on the beta. You can't just like have full 690 or 39 gear. It's not a thing, right? It's literally wearing perfect gear, including on tier, right, and trinkets. This is not. You're not able to do this. It's not gonna happen. So even Mythic Plus, can we get Savant instead of Charge Orb? I mean, you could. That's going to be a huge quality of life decrease, though. I don't think that's worth it. All right, let's drop it down to 4 and see what happens. Dude, you're asking me if Blizzard will change the spec? No one knows that. The only people who will give you an answer to a question like that is people who would make shit up on the spot. No one could know that. The chances are yes, but like no one could know unless they worked at Blizzard and like were the person pressing the button to make the change. What would I do? Oh, if I was in charge? Like, you're asking me what I would do if I was in charge of this? Oh, okay. So wait, let me just be clear. So you're asking me what I would do to nerf Sun Fury? Or are you asking me what I would do to buff the other mage specs? Are we bringing everything up, or are we bringing Sun Fury down? It'll change my answer. Damn, boy. The cook is still pulling strong. You want to bring Arcane down. Okay. So here's what I would do. Okay, so open up the talents, right? I'm going to point out a couple issues right now. So, number one, Mana Cascade is way too strong. This thing needs to be nerfed, right? It's way too good. You're literally getting double the value as fire, or of fire as Arcane. For some reason, Arcane gets twice as much. I say for some reason, I know the reason. The reason for this will just make you mad though if you hear it. So like if we look at fire, right? Same hero talent, Sun Fury. Notice how this one says 0.5 haste for 10 seconds. This one says 1% haste for 10 seconds. Why is it double? You might ask yourself. Well, I'll tell you. The reason why it's double is because when this was 1%, fire was going And so instead of addressing the mana issue, which would have been the smart thing to do, they nerfed this talent specifically for fire, prolonging the mana problem for future expansions because we've literally had this problem before. We've had this problem so many times before, it's like history repeats itself every fucking expansion. Every new expansion, there's something new for fire that gives it more haste. Every new expansion, fire runs out of mana. Whenever they added Temporal Warp, that caused us to go out of mana. Before that in BFA, there was other stuff that was causing us to go out of mana. They always do a band-aid fix instead of fixing the core problem, which is that the fire spells take mana. And it doesn't make sense why they take so much mana, but they do. And it used to be worse. They nerfed it, but like they just keep making the same problem happen over and over again. Okay, well, here's the follow-up problem, right? Even with this changed, fire still runs out of mana. It runs out of mana specifically when it plays Flame Strike. So because Flame Strike costs more mana than Pyroblast, you actually run if you play Flame Strike. That's how thin the margins are. As Pyroblast, you're fine, but as Flame Strike, you will run out of mana. So like, the obvious answer is to reduce the mana cost of Pyroblast and Flame Strike, right? That seems pretty obvious. But instead, they do this weird workaround where they just nerf the other talents. Doesn't really make sense. But the first thing I would do is I would change this, and I would make it 0.5, just like it is for fire. That would be the first nerf I would make, okay? And then when it comes to other nerfs, I like how the queuing plays, so I wouldn't actually touch the queuing. Queuing, I would leave in. What I would do instead is I would reduce the baseline damage of some of this stuff. So like meteorites, I would make them do less damage. The bird doesn't really do much damage for the most part, but I would probably give the bird less damage, just like slightly nerf it, maybe like 10% or something like that. And then we have Spellfire Spheres. So Spellfire Spheres is just a flat damage percentage. So this would be very easy to just tune up or down to adjust Arcane to get it in line with the other hero talents. So I would probably look into either why this is all of our spells, or I would make it so that the spell damage goes down. But I think it's kind of weird, right? So like, read this tooltip. It says every 6 times you cast Arcane Blast or Arcane Barrage. That could be every global for you, right? Every cast. But then let's compare it to fire. Every 6 times you consume Hot Streak. Oh, well, that's a different story, right? It takes 2 crits to get a Hot Streak. And sure, fire has off the GCD stuff, but it's still getting less, right? It's getting a lot less. So not only is fire getting less mana cascade, it's also proccing it less because it's getting less Spellfire Spheres, right? It says consuming Hot Streak gives you the haste, whereas this one says casting Arcane Blast or Arcane Barrage gives you the haste. Why is there a difference here? What this could instead say is consuming Nether Precision. That would be one way to fix it, right? Consuming Nether Precision grants 0.5% haste for 10 seconds. That'd be one way to do it. Specifically on this talent. I like the way this plays. I wouldn't change this one. I actually like it with Arcane Blast and Arcane Barrage, although I think it might be a little bit too good. But if it's still too good, then you could probably hit this one and make it so that it's not every 6 Arcane Blast / Arcane Barrages. Maybe it's every 6 Nether Precision Arcane Blasts or Arcane Barrage, regardless of Nether Precision. I think that would actually be a pretty big one that would actually just take it down. If you need an additional nerf, right? But like, the nerfs I already stated, nerf meteorite damage, mana cascade, bring this down to fire levels, make it only consumed on Nether Precision. And then if that's not enough, then bring down the Arcane Spheres. But that should be enough to get in line. And then if you want Spellslinger to be like raised up to where they like meet in the middle, Spellslinger should probably give clear casting on Splinter Storm. They only removed this because we were bugged, and then they like unbugged us, and they didn't put it back for some reason. I'm not really sure why. It used to be a chance to give clearcast. I don't know why it doesn't do clearcast anymore. Like, this is another weird case, right? Because if you compare it against Frost, you'll see Frost gives them Winter's Chill. Always. It's guaranteed. Right? Whereas Arcane gives nothing. It used to be a chance at clearcast, but now it just gives nothing. So that was changed because of a bug. They fixed the bug. They didn't unnerf the ability. So we're still nerfed, even though the bug is gone. Right? It kind of doesn't make sense if you think about it. It's like, why is that changed? But that's how I would adjust. So I think it's a two-pronged thing, right? I think you actually do a buff to the others, and you also nerf Sun Fury. For Fire, it's a little bit... It kind of depends, right? So for Frost, I guess we'll do Frost first. So for Frost as Frostfire, they recently nerfed this talent. I don't really understand why. It was like the only thing that was holding up this hero talent build was Excess Frost, and they nerfed it. But, I mean, so, like, the obvious thing is, right, Living Bomb damage is just bad. Like, they need to buff Living Bomb. That's a problem for Fire, and it's a problem for Spellfire Frost as well. They both need Living Bomb to do more damage. So, like, you need just, like, a base coefficient nerf to Living Bomb. They over-nerfed it. So that would be step one. Put Living Bomb back the way it was. Okay? Not all the way back up, but, like, find a middle ground. You know, it's too nerfed right now. It's just useless. They also need to make Isothermic Core for Frost actually give you more effectiveness on your comments or on your Meteor. See, it says Comet Storm also calls down a Meteor on the target at 100% effectiveness. This should be 150. Fire gets more Meteors and it gets more effectiveness from Comet Storm. Whereas Frost has less Comet Storms and it has less effectiveness on Meteor. It doesn't make sense. Why is it like that? So bump this one up to 150%. Buff Living Bomb. And then I think specifically for Frost, they should probably look into... actually, for Frost, that's probably enough to bring it up. They may need to undo the excess frosting. But they could also adjust like small things. Like they could adjust the coefficient here on Frostfire Empowerment. That would be an easy way to fix it too. But for Fire, it's like... you have a really weird situation. So for Fire, it's like even worse, right? So number one on Fire, the first thing you need to do to buff it, if you want to buff Sun Fury Fire, is put the mana cascade back the way it was, right? It's like an obvious one. But honestly, Sun Fury Fire doesn't really need much. It just, like, the thing that needs it is Frostfire Fire. So like for Frostfire Fire, obviously Living Bomb is like the biggest thing. If you just buff Living Bomb like a lot, Frostfire is actually back on the menu. Like, you don't even have to touch anything else. You can leave everything else exactly the way it is. Isothermic Core is already great. Excess Frost was nerfed, but it's whatever. You really just need a buff Living Bomb. Because what you do is Frostfire is you just play a Living Bomb build. And then you can make up for that damage with just the Living Bomb part. Now, if they don't want it to just be the Living Bomb that carries it, they could go in and adjust other things. Right? Like we talked about, they could adjust the coefficients on like Frostfire Empowerment. Just like they could adjust the baseline coefficient for Frostfire Bolt. That's another way to do it. It really wouldn't take much if you just buff Living Bomb. Living Bomb is really the problem right now for Frostfire. Simply increasing Living Bomb damage would like fix it. Probably most, like 90% of the fix would just be a Living Bomb buff. Do you have any hope for Fire buffs? Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty likely. But yeah, Mana Cascade is I think like the biggest pain point right now for why Sun Fury is so overpowered. But I mean, there are other ways to nerf it too. I think you want to nerf a couple things all at the same time, but you don't want to touch the base rotation. Like the base rotation should remain intact. It's fun. It's good. It's accidental, but Blizzard cooked. Sometimes they accidentally cook, right? So if you land on something fun on accident, you should try and preserve that. So that's why I would just affect like passive shit for Sun Fury. I don't want to change the rotation. I think the rotation's great. I mean, you're gonna get nerfed, Luigi. Yeah, Sunfire's... I think Sunfire is an outlier, and outliers usually get nerfed. Do I know when or how, or, you know, if they will even change it? No, there's no one who knows that, but, like, I think it's a pretty safe bet that's gonna get nerfed in some way. As long as they keep the rotation the same way. I would not mind the damage getting adjusted. As long as the rotation is still fun. And honestly, I'm okay with them nerfing it, but I'm okay with them also keeping it ahead of Spellslinger still. I think it should do more damage than Spellslinger. If I'm being honest with you, I think it should be doing more damage. Because Spellslinger is literally brain off. Like, I wouldn't say that Sun Fury is, like, complicated in the sense that, like, once someone tells you how to play it, it's hard to execute. I think it is more complicated in that sense than, like, Spellslinger. But the complicated part about Sun Fury is not how to execute it once someone tells you how to play it. It's figuring out how to play it in the first place, which has been a lot of work, right? And a lot of this I was not even a part of. I've just kind of weighed in on certain things and just, like, done what I'm doing today, where I just, like, tweak little things that other people have worked on to try and make it do more damage, and just, like, finding little things. Every once in a while I'll find something that actually has, like, an impact, but most of the time I'm just finding little things. But yeah, the figuring out the puzzle has been, like, the complicated part. It's not complicated to play. It's just complicated to, like, get off the ground. You know what I mean? But, like, that's not something y'all have to worry about. So, like, it's not, like... I mean, if you are looking at this and you have, like, no idea what the fuck to do, and you're not reading any guides, you're not watching any videos, you are just completely out of the loop, I could see how you would be like, oh, this might be a little complicated. But you also may not realize how complicated it is, because you'll probably just think, oh, yeah, I understand this. He said, not understanding anything. You know what I mean? But yeah, it should reward you. Like, it's rewarding because it has more going on. So there's more going on. There's more ways to optimize the damage. It should give you more damage in the end. That's how I feel. Does SimC have simming for AoE scenarios? That's what I'm doing right now. But I'm not looking at the AoE damage. I'm looking specifically at the funnel damage. The tragic thing about this is that high voltage is not really pulling its weight. That makes me very sad. All right, let's take a look at 3 targets. We did a comparison for 4. We did a comparison for 5. Let's do 3 now. Want to make sure it's still doing 3. Yes, it is. Okay. Still figuring out how to play Arcane. It's my first time playing Mage on retail. Been playing Frost in the meantime. Nice. Yeah, practice makes perfect, right? I made Arcane throughout all of Legion. It was so amazing. I barely touched my ults, and it was I was a full-time ultaholic before. I'm hoping Arcane does the same this expansion. I think it will have a lot for you to chew into, yeah. Garrett says, thank you for the amazing guides. Been playing Kata, and they're so helpful. Awesome. Just wish Slinger had something a bit more active to play around. Feel like it could have more random orbs. Yeah, and again, I think having more clearcast generation would actually enable that sort of gameplay. In some ways. You know, initially I thought they made Spellslinger, and I was talking with Porum about this earlier today. Like, I felt like their intent was different than what they actually put out. Like, initially I thought they meant to do it, but then they did the Nether Precision nerf, and I was like, wait a second. Do they actually know what they did? Because now I'm second guessing them, right? Like, why did they nerf the Nether Precision thing? That makes me wonder if they actually knew what the fuck they were doing. FBG Chris, what's the most beginner-friendly mage spec for the war within? Yo, first, tell me what FBG stands for, Chris. And Frost is the answer. I just wish Slinger had something a bit more active to play around. Yeah. Denat says, love the guys, but I was watching, I was playing Arcane early in Dragonfly. I wonder how is Time Anomaly better than 3%? It just is. It gives you mana. It gives you clear cast. It gives you 35% damage. It's just way better. It's like not even close. Okay, so at 3 targets, Orb Barrage, or Orb Barrage Savant falls behind single target, Arcane Cleave, Sun Fury Execution, ignoring additional targets. But Orb Barrage Savant wins out in the overall, and it's only behind by 1k. That seems worse. It means free bands gaming. Okay. Cool. I thought it meant something else. I know Chris, so that's why I had to ask. Cool. Yeah, I like the Orb Barrage Savant Cook. Oh no, I didn't think it was gaming at all. I thought it stood for like a city name or like a town name. Yeah, I mean, like, it could just be that high voltage isn't playing correctly, but it could also just be that high voltage is just not that good. I think it's probably playing it mostly correctly though. Yeah, so I mean, it is using high voltage as a way to get back up. Oh, it's not even using this line at all. It's interesting. Oh, this one doesn't have Orb Barrage, that's why. We can find one that has Orb Barrage as well. I think it's the AoE one. I think it's called Max Funnel. Yeah, this one's using the line. Okay, so this one has the high voltage and it has Orb Barrage. Yeah, this has both. You don't play high voltage without Orb Barrage. That's what this is telling me, which I already kind of knew, but yeah, so yeah, this is actually not too far off. Max Execute Funnel is the high voltage profile, so it's actually really close. But it is behind still. Is heavier in heavier movement fights, does Spellslinger or Sun Fury feel perform better? In every case, Sun Fury performs better. In terms of feeling, though, I mean, feeling often comes down to how much damage you're doing, right? So, are we talking feeling without damage meters being on? Restricted and unrestricted are looking at if they have the execute part on it, or like target parts. Basically, I'm just telling you to just play AoE as if, like, no matter what the situation is. Ignore targets means it's not using any funnel. I'll add funnel to the ones that aren't doing ignore targets. Ignore the restricted ones. Those are just for me. For me to keep my thoughts straight. What's the difference between oh sorry, I already answered that. The best feeling is when only pressing Iceland. See, everyone's got a different opinion on that, right? These are all 5-minute sims because I'm trying to simulate like a raid boss. It's actually not too far off in single target, but this is actually ignoring targets because it's less than or equal to, or sorry, it's 3 or more targets, and this is 2 targets, so it's actually ignoring that shit. But what that tells me is that the cost of picking up Barrage is very small, very, very small. It's going to do the most overall damage, and it's very close in 2 target here. Very, very close. See, it's not triggering this line. It's not triggering this part of this line. Sicka, wow. Thank you for the Twitch Prime. Appreciate you. So, like, I would fucking play this at 2 target, man. Sounds good to me. It looks like, so ignoring targets, which is what these are doing, it looks like some Fury Execution beats out Savor the Moment in single target, which is also something that was kind of already known, but... You guys want to see me open something up? We've been looking at this for a bit. I'm ready for a little break. Unboxing time. Okay, so what we have here in this box. Hold on one second. Let me adjust the green screen. Okay. Now I can get in here. So Blizzard sent me this, and we're going to be unboxing it. So here on the top, we have a little envelope. Let me check and see that there's no codes or anything on this before I show this. All right, yeah, so this is the key, so I'm not going to show it, but I will show the top of it here. Epic Edition game key. Cool. Ooh. We're getting to the good stuff. All right, I'm trying to figure out how I want to open this without, here, I'm just going to set the box down, actually. Here we go. All right. We've got a big old box. The green screen's probably keying out some of it. As you can see there, it's got the 20th right there. Yes, big box. On the front of it, got this nice artwork on it. Let's go ahead and open up the plastic. It's got that new box smell. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Okay. Oh wow. There's a lot going on here. Okay, so there's like a book. Holy, this is huge. There it is, dude. There it is. It's holographic on the front. It kind of looks like a giant tome. This is actually, well, if you notice, it's the login screen, right? Same motif there and outline and all that for the World Soul Saga. Right up there. Okay, I figured out how to open it. So we actually need to put it this way. Opens up like so. Okay, we've got an art book here. Very cool. We'll look at that in just a little bit. Go ahead and set this over to the side. We've got this little medallion here. Got pins in the back so you can clip it onto something. Put it onto your backpack. Go ahead and close this one up. Okay, and then the box itself, there's a lot more going on here still. Go ahead and remove the outer casing on it. I'll show off the box in just a little bit because it does have some artwork on it. It's kind of cool. But now we have the rest of the box here. So we've got the griffin there with the dwarf riding it. 20th anniversary here. It's getting a little keyed out, but you can tell. Oh, and here's the art on the top of it. Hold on, let me just turn off the green screen. There, now you can see me in all my glory. So yeah, there's the art on the front of it. I want to be careful opening this because I want to put it back the way it was afterwards. All right. Very carefully opening the box. Dude, that's so cool. Okay, the styrofoam literally has the 20th anniversary like logo on it. Here, let me show this. Can you see that? It's kind of hard to see, right? But you can see it. It's like literally the styrofoam itself was pressed with that on it. Now's a good time to show the artwork on the box itself. So this is the box that was like, or like the casing that was going around the box. So you can see the art better now because I have the green screen off. Like the keying out, so it's like this. And then obviously we have the holes on both sides. And then over here, it's got the information about the Epic Edition, yada yada. I'm sure a bunch of the stuff is like legal stuff that they have to put on it, right? But still, it's really cool. Just gonna give you all a close up here. Okay. So I've removed the styrofoam. Now we have just a block of styrofoam here, and it is taped, so I will have to open this. So I'm gonna go grab a knife. Chat, don't freak out when you see me holding a knife, alright? Run! Alright, so we're gonna open up the box. Trying to be careful just in case there's anything inside. I don't want to cut whatever's inside of this box. Trying to always move the knife away from myself. I was in Boy Scouts at one point, so I want to make sure I'm not breaking the rules, you know? Knife safety is important. My knife's a little dull. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and open it up. Oh, I applied a little bit too much force there. Oh, wow. Okay, so we have some figures. So we're gonna start with the base. Clearly like some sort of rock base that this figure is gonna sit on right here. Go ahead and sit that on the desk. There's a little tail that was loose leaf, so we'll open that up in just a little bit. Actually, we'll just open it now. All right, there it is, the little tail. Okay. This is cool. So yeah, we have a figure here. It looks like it's got like a little base on it, so it holds its form. So we're gonna take that out. Here is the, it's actually pretty heavy, yeah. Here's the man, the bird man. Man riding a griffin. It's going to be the same as what we saw in the front, I bet. But I'm going to go ahead and set him down on his little rock. Rock, if you can see it. There we go. Now he's perched up there. Okay, and I found the other parts. Wow. Okay, this is These wings are huge. Let's see. So we got... Here we have the dwarf's arm with the hammer. You can see there. So we're going to be attaching that. There we go. Very triumphant. Holding his hammer like so. Let's go ahead and add the tail too while we're at it. Squeezes perfectly into place. There we go. Now they've got the tail on the griffin. And now the hard part. So we have these two wings. These things are massive. Look at these bad boys. Right? Like attach them though. Cherubly. Anyways, we're gonna stick these on the figure. So let's make sure we get the position right. Not sure. Oh, it's very obvious. Okay. All right, wing one attached. Now the finishing touch. Second wing. Good. Go. Yeah, okay, it goes like. Making sure everything is nice and snug. And would you look at that? Boy, ain't she a beaut. Hold on, I think I can go back green screen with this actually. There we go. Look at that, dude. That's sick as hell, man. And it's big too. Look at this. It's forced perspective, right? Compared to the size of my head. All right, look how big this thing is. It is getting keyed out whenever I put it too close to the camera. But that is sick. This thing is like kind of hefty too. Definitely do some damage. If someone like broke into my house, dude, this thing could definitely just whack them with it. That looks incredible. I kind of want to set it up like I don't know how I would do it with the green screen, but I really like the look of this figure. I would love to have it in the background if I could. I'm just gonna set it right next to me on my desk. All right, so now we have the book, right? And let's check it out. It says the art of World of Warcraft, The War Within. Oh, this is gonna get keyed. We have to undo the green screen again. Really nice spread there of what, Dornagal, is that what it's called? Thrall here. Says, my name is Thrall. I was once the war chief of a horde, but now I'm honored to serve as one of many who lead it. Years ago, I set out to chronicle the story of my people, orcs. Here I write matters that concern all who inhabit our world. So it's like, Thrall's basically telling us the story here. So he says, it began with the visions. They struck quietly and without warning, and at first, only a few experienced them. Shattered images, more unsettling and confusing than revelatory and keening voice that broke the heart and pierced the mind. All we could glean was chaos. All we could feel was pain. Got a picture of him in Anduin. It says, read on, and you'll begin to understand the grim nature of what happened and what may yet transpire. So, chapter 1, The War Within. Wow. Okay, so it is just like a book. Okay. History tells us of great tragedies, yada yada. There's only one way to know. We must venture into the unknown. Our journey begins. Spread here for Alaria. More concept art for her. Here, let's show that. That looks good. What sword? Yeah. Spread for Anduin here. Oops, spoilers. Oh, this looks like an early version of him. It doesn't quite look like the real or like the current one. If you look on this, trying to get it without the glare, but his face looks a little different than what it does look, what it looks like now. But there's a close up here that is the current version. Zalteth. For as ancient and powerful she is, little is truly known about this being other than her appearance inevitably heralds calamity. Isle of Dorn. More concept art for the Isle of Dorn. That's cool. There's a highlight for the earth in here. So there's too many pages. I'm just going to flip through them and see if I see anything cool and just kind of point it out. Oh, there's some really cool concept art here. Weapons. Creatures. Like an inn area. Houses. Interiors, exteriors. Forge. Other structures. Kegs. Mead halls. Stuff like that. More concept art. That's really cool. The Ringing Depths. Okay, the story's picking up again. Situated directly below the surface of the Isle of Dorn is a vast cavern known as the Ringing Depths. A grand forge surpassing that of the Dwarven capital burns ceaselessly, and ancient machines that enabled the Corway's construction tower over their earthen tenders. Bunch more art in here. More of the forge. Oh, this is a cool page. Some elementals. More cave concept art. The cobalt. Look at them. Cobalt art, eats, handle people. There's a lot in here, guys. I don't know if I can cover all of it. Oh shit, this one's cool. Yo, check out this page. Guessing that's like concept art of the raid right there. Like the raid boss and raid boss, whatever her name is. There's a bunch of stuff for her. More spiders, more Nerubians. Ooh. Got like spell animations here. That's interesting. Oh, the tier sets. Oh, yo, these look sick. I like the art for these. Check this out. Like illustrations of all the tier sets. I guess maybe leveling sets too. Yeah, it looks like leveling sets. Like, look at this one. On the left-hand side there. You can tell that each one is a different armor type. Oh, it's about the Arathi. I'm going backwards, so I'm not seeing the chapters. Hollow Fall. Oh, look at this guy. Cobalt riding a rat, and they're both all waxed up with candle wax. The rat can't even see. His eyes are completely covered. Yeah, cool. All right, let's get back to it. That will be it. But thank you again to Blizzard for providing me with the free collector's edition. This is awesome. Definitely can't wait for the War Within. Be a lot of fun. Okay. Oh, crap. I think my headphones are underneath the pile of stuff I pulled out of this box. 1 second. When does Midnight release? Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Okay, so where were we? We were looking at 2 target, right? So at 2 target, Sun Fury Execution does pull ahead. Is this one playing Sun Fury Execution? This is savor the moment. Very, very small difference, but yes, it is better. Ah. I wonder if we can get more funnel out of this thing. Thank you. By changing something in here. So let's stick with our top performers. So we're going to stick with SF AoE. We're going to remove this one. Savor the moment. We're going to say 3 logic cleave. That one stays. Execute logic cleave. That one is also changed, so that one's going to stay. High voltage or barrage. That one stays. High voltage or barrage funnel. That one stays. This one can go away. This one's just Arcane Cleave. It can stay. This one can also stay. SE high voltage funnel. This is not or brush. This one's got to go. High voltage savant funnel. Go away. Or bubble funnel. Go away. Savant funnel. We like this one. And get rid of savor the moments. So this one is Ore Barrage, Savant Funnel. This one's ignoring. This one's ignoring. This one's High Voltage, Ore Barrage Funnel. This is what we actually want to change. We'll put it at the bottom. So we want this to be a little bit smarter about how it uses its missiles. So let's copy this. We'll call it Smart Missile. And okay, so this part says if buff, clearcasting, react, and glorious incandescence is down, nether precision is down, or clearcasting is 3, or high voltage and arcane charge stack is less than 3, and another precision buff down. I don't want it wasting missiles. I want it to be a little bit more careful with casting missiles. We'll call this Smart Funnel 0 MP. We'll copy this again, and we'll make a copy here and do 1 MP for this one. So this one's gonna do if it has 1 charge, another precision. Is less than or equal to 1. Okay, let's run it. Yeah, if you want to check Aether Attunement, just open up the APL and then Control F Aether, and it'll show you every time it's referenced. So high voltage or barrage funnel smart missile ended up losing ground. So this better just to send missiles. Okay, so that is a dead end for now. Maybe we'll come up with a different idea to change it, but it seems like the missiles were just fine the way that they were. It's not giving us more funnel. So at 2 targets, it's better to ignore any sort of AoE. But some Fury Execution does win out. I'll copy this one. I'm gonna make a giant post once I get done, so I'm just trying to gather links right now. Okay, so let's go back to advanced. Let's change this to 3. Let's run it again. We shouldn't have to worry about targets above 6 because 5 is going to be where we cap out on funnel anyways because of resonance, so we're good to go there. Are Sims taking power infusion Ebon Might into account? No, absolutely not. It's not an AUG sim. So yeah, 3 targets. Savant Funnel wins out, and this is the one that's using Execute right here. Cool. Beats out against single target as well. So this is Savor the Moment, this is Some Fury Execution, and this is Some Fury Execution, or Barrage, and 1 point to Savant. So not high voltage, but it is playing Or Barrage. Okay, let's go up to 4. Here's our Savant Funnel as well, versus Ignoring, versus just regular AoE, which is higher here, also higher than single target. This is just normal single target with Arcane Cleave. Okay. Go back and do 5 targets now. And I should start putting this into a spreadsheet so I can start graphing out the data. Let's go ahead and do that. So let's see, how do I want to do this? So this would be target count. This would be profile name. Okay, so we need to find a baseline. Arcane SF is the baseline. This is damage to main target. This is damage to AoE. This is at 5 targets. Let's go ahead and copy this over. Okay. So this one is our 5 target sim. Yeah, just confirm. 5 target sim, yes. So 5 targets. This one goes here. This is the AoE number. This is the single target number. Next up is going to be Arcane SF AoE. This is just basic APL. Just the way it comes. Five target AoE goes here. Priority damage goes here. Okay. And next up would be always cleave at 3 targets. That should be the same. Execute only cleave. There we go. This one is good. Okay. And then next one is single target, Arcane Cleave, ignore talents with some Fury Execution as the accompanying one. Arcane, SF, ignore talents. These two, we want both of them. Us Fire in regards to Raid Mythic Plus, it is undertuned compared to the other mage specs, but it's not terrible. It's just a little undertuned. Behind by not by like a whole lot. It's not behind by like a whole lot. Just, you know. Just a little bit. Sun Fury. Yeah, I think they'll probably tune it. But I mean, I don't know. I don't work at Blizzard, so I couldn't tell you. Okay, so this one is playing some Fury Execution. Instead of Savor the Moment. SF, AoE, cleave, and execute only. That one should be this one. I just need to confirm it's doing what I say it's doing. It's not. So it's just doing full on cleave, it looks like, actually. What's this one? Retarget. AoE cleave logic. Okay, so this one's irrelevant actually at 5 targets, because we're only changing it at 4 targets. This one right here, though, I think I did change this one. Yeah, this one requires it to have execute to cleave. This was our best performing one. What up? Hi chat, I simply want to say Arcane mages must have the biggest, most wrinkliest brains ever. A dummy like me cannot handle it. Well, the good thing is you don't need to figure out how to play it. You just gotta do what the guide tells you in 5 days. So, the complicated part's just that, right? You don't gotta worry about that. It's really not too bad to play. I'll be honest with you. It's really not that bad. Dev Evoker is done. It's been done. Dev Evoker actually isn't terrible. It does like 1.4 million. It's not too bad. Okay, so already got this one in there. SF AoE, already got that. Already got the cleave logic in here. This is our barrage funnel. High voltage or barrage. High voltage or barrage. This is the next one we need to do. Right here. It'll be easier once I have the names in. I just gotta like figure out which one is which first. Okay, so this is Savant. High voltage or barrage. This one is doing... Which talents is this taking? It does have Eureka, good. High voltage or barrage. Okay, where's the APL? It is only cleaving and execute. So this one just doesn't have Savant. So this is AC, SE, OB, HV. And this is cleave and execute only. Which one was I just looking at, chat? Was it this over here? This is the one I was looking at, right? No, this is not it. This is not the right target count. Where the fuck? Dude, I just lost my place. Oh, it was this one. It was this one. Okay. Yeah, this is the right one. Certified target sim. So yeah, we did high voltage or barrage just now with no savant. This is with savant. ACSE, ignore target count. Yep. Ignore. That's everything. Okay, that should do a trick. This one will be the same at 5, so we're just gonna block this out. Okay. Now let's pull up our 4 target sim. So now that we have the name set, what we're going to do is we're going to go back, actually. And we're going to rerun these. I think this is the last one I ran, right? Oh, no, this is the last one. Okay, we're going to rerun these with the right name, because it'll just be easier for me to parse through it. If I have the names correct. Yeah, so this one does the same thing. It just... It's just cleaving at 3 targets, regardless of the situation. Let's just make sure the talents are all correct here. Yeah, so we need to make sure we have Eureka in this bad boy. Okay, good. We fixed the talent discrepancy. This one is the one that cleaves at 4 targets, or if it is execute 3. So that's, here's the name for it. Put that in. Okay. Very good. All right, this next one is ignore target count, high voltage, or barrage. I don't think we ended up using this one at all. We can probably delete this one. There's no reason you would ignore the target counts if you're going that. That's just a frivolous one. Okay, ignore target counts. STAC. STAC versus SE. So this one's going to be STM. Savor the moment. Let's just take a look at those talents real quick. Okay. Very good. This one is the same thing, but SE. So it's this one. Give it a different name. Alright. This one is ACSE OB Savant Funnel. Right here. This is the cleave and execute only. Here we have the Ore Barrage high voltage. Leave and execute only. And that'll do it. Okay, starting with the 5 target sim. Probably gonna have to re-enter these numbers. That's okay though. I had to sort out the naming convention to make this make more sense for myself. Here. My cat's coming up. You want to jump in my lap? She's getting old. She like barely ever jumps into my lap anymore. She's super cute though. Okay, time to knock these out real quick. So this is the cleave 3+. AoE cleave 3+. This goes here. Let's just delete what we have actually. This is old data. Okay, we'll do this in order. ST, AC, ignore target count. STM is next. Yeah, SF, ST, AC, STM, ignore target count. Yep. SE instead of STM. So instead of save the moment, we're going some Fury Execution. Then we have Cleave 3. Then we have Cleave 4. Then we have Cleave 4 or 3 and Execute. Then we have Savant and we have High Voltage. Flip those two. Okay. Plus is next, then the AoE at 5 targets, and the single target, 30 target damage. Executes next. AoE damage first, 30 damage to the target. Orb Savant. AoE first. Damage to prior target. High voltage. AoE first. Damage to prior target. Okay. 5 targets done. The Frost Guide is up to date except for they nerfed DC. So for now, if you just play the alternative build, which I did give an alternative in there, you'll be just fine. The chain reaction build I posted in the video, or showed off in the video. So, but don't play DC. You still play Spellslinger, just, you know, focus on the Ice Lance talents. Thanks for all the guides. Yeah, no problem. Alright, this is cleave, execute. Here's 4 target AoE. We are going to reduce the amount of these there are, by the way, because some of these are redundant. But I'll worry about that later. This one's just SFST 4 targets. This is SE ignore target count. SE ignore target count. This one's OBHV. Cleave execute only. Savant cleave execute only. That's a big one. And then STM ignore target count. It's just the last one left. Okay, cool. Done. 3 targets. What spec would I recommend for Mythic Plus right now? Sun Fury, Arcane. Cleave 3+. Single target. Cleave 4+, 3+. Cleave 4+. ST. SE ignore target count. STM ignore target count. Goes up here. Savant. There's our hero. And HV. Almost done, dude. I'm so close. One more to go. Now I can actually start manipulating this data and draw conclusions. Can't wait. Okay. So these are all the same. These won't be any different. We can actually delete all these. It's just the baseline APL stuff. This remains unchanged. This whole column. It's just for comparison's sake. Okay, so yeah, we're done with that. ST is here. There's the primary target's damage. SC ignore target count goes here. These are really just talent comparisons. There's no APL magic happening on this one. These are just using the base APL. Nothing that I touched today. They're really just here for the comparison's sake. Copy HV, cleave, execute only. Savant. STM. Okay. Alright, so the ones that are the same. So at 2 targets, this is the same as these. At 3 targets, these 2 are the same. Actually, hold on. This is different. At 3 target, this one's different than this one. This one's only at 4. But here at 4 targets, these 2 are the same. They should be the same at least. Cleave at 4 targets. These two, the APL is unchanged. So we're going to highlight those. This one, the APL changed. This one, the APL changed. And these two are just a baseline comparison. So we'll move these to the bottom. Okay. Yeah, so these are all the same. These are all the same because this is 2 targets. We'll just make the text like a little bit different because they're all effectively doing the same thing. Why is the formatting here different? It's annoying. Okay. So this is cleaving at 3. This is cleaving only in execute at 3. And this one is cleaving at 4. So this one's actually different. At 4, these should all be the same though. The sim is showing different damage, but that's just because of variance. God damn it. That's the one we want. Okay, and then what we really care about is the comparisons here on 3, 4, 5. The other ones or whatever. Put these in a box. These in the box. Let's say APL unchanged. You build soon? Yo, hopeful. I've been looking into the funnel shit. I found some shit today. Some good shit. Forum did a lot of work already, and he apparently is taking a day off, so I was like, yo, I'm gonna cook. I got you. Check this out, dude. Look at this shit. Oh, I didn't even realize. Hopeful, you hosted me. Holy shit, thank you. Dude, I totally missed it. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. Yeah, sorry, I was too in the zone. Appreciate it. Hope you had a good stream. Anyways, yeah, so check it out. Check it out. So this one right here, right? So I am only... So I'm basically playing single target at 5 targets, just pure single target. And I only do the new AoE conditions, which Prom already added for funnel. We're only activating those AoE conditions in cleave, in execute, which is how we get this. And look at this damage on the main target, bro. Look at that shit. Now, what's really cool about this is if we compare it against like basically just doing like the normal talents with just like Arcane Cleave, right? So this is like pure single target talents, except for it takes Arcane Cleave instead of Bobble, right here. I have it ignored target count because I just want to like pure single target. Look, it actually gains from it, right? So like this with different talents is actually gaining over the single target stuff with Arcane Cleave, which you would obviously take that, right? Like it's not a fair comparison to look at like just normal single target. It's not gonna happen. So it is actually gaining there, and the coolest thing about that is like it's quite a bit of funnel. Like if you look at like normal single target talents, 1.7. Up here we have doing ignore target count, 1.8, already huge gain. And on top of that, if we spec into Orb Barrage and Savant, and we don't take high voltage, and we just do the AoE logic in execute only, now we're up at 1.845 million. And I actually took this from, I took it from 5 down to 4, took it down to 3. It held true. What's the loss in single target for each of these? Oh, so like let's say that you're in a single target only scenario, like pure single target. That was actually the next thing I was going to do here. I just done 2. I'm trying to like put it all in the sheet here together so that I can compare it, because it's hard to compare the reports when there's so many reports. So this will allow me to graph it a little bit better to make better conclusions from it. But yeah, the first thing I did was I took the cleave logic, because Porm has a really good funnel APL already. It like basically never drops charges. It's like very smart. The only time it drops charges is if it has an orb or if it has Clearcast. I took that and I dropped it down to 3 instead of 4, because he had it set to 4, and immediately it gained damage in both single target and AoE. And I was like, huh, that's interesting that it gained single target too. And then I did it just looking at execute, and the damage went up a lot. So it was actually losing damage before execute, but then it was gaining so much damage in execute that it ended up like making the whole thing higher on average. But yeah, funny stuff. Yeah, so here, we'll keep on this page for the comparison. So the one I'm recommending is this one. So it's losing 2% in pure single target, but it will be about equal at 2 target. Here, let's look. So it's this one right here, Orb Savant. So at 2 targets, it's at 1.26 on the prio target. And the single target one is at 1.719. So it's already gaining over 2 target. Like all it takes is 1 target, and it's immediately outpacing the single target. And if you look at, instead of that one, if you look at this one down here, you can see it's really close, right? So this is basically the same thing, but it's running. Actually, I should look at Savor the Moment. It's actually equal, but yeah, it's very close. Look. So this is Orb Savant versus single target talents Arcane Cleave with Savor the Moment, or single target talents with Arcane Cleave and Sunfury Execution. All very close. Yo, Skyfox, holy fuck, 78 months. Welcome back. Appreciate the Prime. Thanks for letting me be your Prime guy forever, basically. Jesus. Welcome. It's been a while since you stopped by, Skyfox. How's it going? You ready to learn Arcane, buddy? But WoW for almost 2 years. Well, it's the Prime, yeah? There it is. How far off is Frost? Starts with a 1-4. So yeah. Yeah, it's not too far off. You'll notice though, basically all of these that don't run the exact single target setup will be behind a little bit in single target. But 2% is not too bad. Like if this is the baseline, we are not very far off. It's actually rounding it up. It's actually 1.729. Been busy, man. Busy, busy. Busy, busy, busy. Okay, I gotta figure out how I'm actually gonna manipulate this shit. Yeah, Arcane Cleave on its own is good, but the secret sauce is changing the APL logic from pure single target to AoE specifically in Execute. Otherwise, playing exactly the same. That's the secret sauce. Like if we go to 3 targets, right? And we go down here, you can see it. Or Barrage, Cleave, and Execute only. That's where it picks up, right? Because you're already gaining 50k over a single target just by doing that. But it's specifically in Execute. Otherwise, you don't do it. Well, I mean, you could, but, you know, it'd be more overall, but not more funnel. But funnel is all I care about in this instance. I'm just looking at, like if I was doing, like, Silken Cord or something, right? So, like, the logic is here. You see active enemies greater than or equal to 3, and target health percent is less than or equal to 35%. That's... So, it literally will not use this line, which is the AoE line, unless it's an Execute. That's why I only use this at 7.23 times on average. Because it doesn't even do this that often, right? It only gets 7 of these off. But those 7 are so high value that it doesn't matter. It still gains. And on this one, it does have a second condition. So this should actually... I feel like I should break this out into 2. But it has the OR statement here. So this is the high voltage part. High voltage and active enemies greater than or equal to 3. Or yada yada yada. But this is only going to activate 5 high voltage, which I don't. I don't play high voltage in this. I am literally only playing or Barrage. So it looks like this. Right? No high voltage. We do have high Prodigious Savant 1 point in there. So it's just a 1 talent move down to Orb Barrage. At 2 targets, this is immediately a gain. Oh, and also some Fury Execution right here. Also a gain at 2 targets with this. I tried picking up Charged Orb because basically the limiter on this is like your orb. But it was a loss. Energized Familiar is just too good. So, yeah, it was kind of a disappointment, but what can you do? Rush. Yeah. I still think it might be just Arcane Cleave. Oh, yeah. Like if the ads are not up the whole time, absolutely. But if it's a fight where ads are up for a prolonged period, or if they're only up in Execute, right? Because you don't give a fuck about the ads until Execute. You can like pretty much ignore them until Execute. But as long as you have ads on the boss during Execute, that's all you need to gain all of this value. Which is actually kind of crazy if you think about it. Because it is losing damage the entire fight up until that point. And then once it reaches that point, that's where it gains the damage. But the gain it has is so large that it makes up for the loss it has for the rest of the fight, right? The other 65% of the fight. Ah. How much damage gain in the execute window in a 5-minute sim? Good question. Are you asking about the damage gain from where it was earlier today? Like before I touched it? Or are you asking about the damage gain versus like different talents, right? Are you asking like the APL increase, or are you asking like the talents difference? Because those are two different things. Right. Because right here, this would be a 54,000 DPS increase over how it was earlier. Oh, specifically in the window? I mean, you'd have to run a different sim for that. It would be, I could force it to be an execute the whole time. That'd be the best way to do this. So if we set to 5 bosses, and then we went into enemies. Initial health percentage. This is the line we're looking for. Here it is. So enemy initial health percentage equals, and then I'll set this to 35. So this is 5 targets, and the boss is going to just be stuck at 35% the entire time. Okay. So oh yeah, let's run it. Hold on, I gotta check something. It's probably gonna fuck up the Spy Masters, but that's okay. Okay, yeah, so it's never using this line, and it never uses this line, so this should work. Oh wait, what the heck? That it didn't like that line. Why didn't it like that line? This is directly from their website. Oh, I have to declare the enemy. Duh. It doesn't have a defined enemy, so why would it work? Okay, we try again. Come on. Show me the cook. Okay. Yeah, so compared to it, okay, so compared to before, it's gonna be the same, right? Because the conditions I added for execute are null and void in this case. But this would be single target versus the AoE setup here. So like forcing it into execute the whole time would just like make it so that basically nothing has changed, right? But the difference here is 4.5, right? Versus 4.2. So the difference is like over 350k. But that's got execute in it, right? So actually what we need to do is we need to do this comparison. We would keep this one open. And then we would do this again. But this time we would set it so the enemy just dies instantly and execute. Oh, that's not fair though, because we use our trinket and execute. Okay, there's not really a good way to do this. But it's pretty big, right? Because like, it's 350k and the other one also has execute. So if it's 350k, it's like a little under 10% for comparing the profile that has normal boss versus only an execute. So it's likely a good bit more than that, actually. Dude, I need a fourth dimensional spreadsheet. I want another dimension. Where's my other dimension, man? It's so sad. Can't have shit, dude. This would be J. Oh yeah, because the talents, it's gonna lose damage. We should say comparison. Wait, this is wrong. L5, L4, L6, L4. This is right. Yeah, this is losing. I mean, it's because of talents though. This one's actually irrelevant. I didn't change anything at 4 targets. We're just gonna delete this one. Because this is just talent differences. It's not necessarily a change that I made. Let's make this a little bit more visually appealing because it's like very bad on the eyes. Okay. Percent. Drop this down. So just to like wrap up what I found, I got 3 target to do more AoE, which is whatever, who cares. But I got way more priority damage today. Increased the priority damage by up to 3.5%. And found new logic that I'm definitely hoping leads to more increases elsewhere. Specifically with execute. That'd be really cool if we could get a lot more damage, because I feel like there might be more to this that I'm not thinking of. Hello. Gourmet meal. Yep. That's the good shit. Oh, this is using wrong consumables. Okay, so now we have the single target in there so we can do a comparison against it. So I'll do this. Oh, what do I do? 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 I guess I could add a column. Shit. Hey, dude, what do you do in Sun Fury single target if you run Brush. Yep. Trying to think of how I want to organize this. I'm really like struggling right now to think this through. Okay, so I think what I do is I compare this number versus, so this should equal Savant at 3 on the prio target. So it should equal this number minus this number. Divided by this number again. Or wait, I have this other way around, don't I? I need to add parenthesis. Order of operations. Okay, so the difference here divided by number again. I think that's how I do this. Okay, and now we can turn these into percentages. So this is doing Savant at 3. Minus this, so that's the difference. The difference divided by the total is a percent. Okay, so that should work. Yeah, this should work. Okay, and then for the next one, we do the same thing. But instead of D, we're going to do G. Same idea on the next one. Instead of G though, it's going to be J. Okay, so versus Arcane Cleave at same target count. So this one's going to be the number we had before. Let's grab it. And we're going to compare this against the same target count with Arcane Cleave in single target. So it should actually be this one down here. Could be STM. So that's D8. This one's at 4, so it's gonna be G. But everything else is the same. Wait, why am I doing this? I already showed this. What the fuck am I thinking? I literally already did this. Like, that's self-evident with the percent increase. What am I thinking? I've been doing this too long, dude. I gotta wrap this shit up. My brain's stopping working. Okay, I'm gonna make a post some research and link everything that I found today, so you can just go check it out in the Mage Discord later. But I'm probably gonna do that in a bit. I'm gonna take a break, but we'll be back again. I'll probably stream again tomorrow, so hopefully I'll see you out there. Yep. Anyways, hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you learned something, and thank you for keeping me company as I went down this rabbit hole of madness. And hopefully this helps people. Okay. I'll see you later. Bye-bye.